Okay. Now we're going live. Just gotta do one other thing so people know that I'm streaming right now. Okay. Okay. And the post is up on Newgrounds. Okay, cool. So, just as an FYI, the playlist I am playing tonight is It's Halloween in 1982, calm Vaporwave, Spooky Nostalgic Mix by Driftive Dreams, and it's really just some Vaporwave music tonight, so... So, other than that, how y'all doing? It's been a wonderful day for me so far. I hope you all had a wonderful day. So, with that being said, let's start the show. Honestly, I've been trying to go for, like, a rejected palettes, thing. I was gonna go with the one that I have now, but I think I found another one I kind of want to play with, Okay, so let's get the palette changed, and I can play with this one another time. So tonight's palette is Robot World by Basement Hobo. So, make the canvas. So, I don't really have much to think about when it comes to these kind of things, concerning what I want to go for. But it is Halloween season, spooky season. And believe it or not, I think I can come up with something interesting with this particular palette. So, what do I want to do? I don't know. It's far too late to use, create a reference, so I think I'll just come up with something on the spot. Probably it's not going to be anything too serious tonight. It's one of those nights where you just kind of want to chill, but have a little bit of fun too. Life's been going good. How about you? Right. So... This caramel tastes good. That's good. Yeah, I'm honestly just like coming up with stuff on a spot to draw. And it's been quite the interesting thing about it. Yeah, I'm just kind of quickly looking at the news to see if anything's going on. One headline states, as Steam cracks down on adult games, one dev urges taking back control. Digital downloads are not nearly as special as physical releases, and digital developers can customize from work to a much larger degree. So, just to kind of read the first paragraph of this real quick. Every few days, 27-year-old Rosario checks Steam. He wants to make sure his visual novel about a queer sex worker, apart from nostalgic, is still up on the popular PC game distribution platform. He's heard games getting pulled from Steam for simply having LGBTQ plus content, and just as many stories of creators who are surprised their games have survived on ongoing culling. Nobody really knows what a game is getting taken down, Rosario told Polygon in an interview. So, yeah, honestly, I'm pretty sure if it stems from the whole dilemma that has taken place from... what was that one stupid activist group from Australia? Like Collective something? Yeah, Collective Shout. Yeah, so when they made a whole fucking scene about that, it was just kind of like, okay, so you're basically this one activist group from one of the most random continents on Earth, and you're just trying to impose your beliefs onto the credit companies and, by extension, Steam and itch. Also, hello, Glitching. You just came in when I was about to go on a whole thing with recent events. Yeah, so... Yeah, it's not surprising that now developers are worried about their games getting taken down when they really shouldn't have to be. I mean, if anything, I think it's a little bit silly to impose it on what you want of the whole world. Because ultimately, and this is kind of one of the things when it comes to international affairs and the nature of globalism, like, everyone's going to have different beliefs, and it's going to be impossible for one, like, group to enforce that upon the world. Personally, I'm all for freedom of speech, and I think that censoring any game, if it has, like, LGBTQ plus themes or more adult-natured content, then honestly, like, I do not agree with them taking it down at the behest of just one activist group out of some random country. Especially when they don't really have a say in, like, other countries' affairs, you know what I mean? Like, I just think the whole situation was stupid to begin with. So... And... I'm just kind of looking... Yeah, it does mention Collective Shout. I mean, honestly, to me... Like, I think going physical... Like, in the age of digital is always a good thing. I do think that... Going for physical releases for your games is a good thing. The only drawback with doing physical releases is that it costs money, so it's a lot more expensive. But I do think it's doable. So, oh, this bit is interesting. So, that's true. I mean, adult-only games, I mean... Usually, it's very rare for a video game to get the adult-only rating, though. At least from what I have observed. As far as, like, indie games go, I don't think the majority of them even bother dealing with a rating system. And that's also taking into consideration that, like, there are also different rating boards across the globe. It's not just the ESREB. Like, say with, I think it's the United Kingdom, they have to deal with PEGI. So they have a different rating system altogether. So it does vary. I don't think for the most part, in general, there are indie developers who really want to deal with the cost of having to go through a rating system, though. Unless they're planning to do, like, a massive console release. Which usually only happens if a game is popular enough. Like, in one such case being Pizza Tower or Cave Story. Undertale, those games in specific. But what I was going to say is that, like, there's just one paragraph in the article, and I'm going to quickly see if I can get this into the chat. Hang on 1 second while I log in here. Okay. Here we go, now I'm in. So I'm just going to link this into the chat for everyone. Just for anyone who's curious to read, but there's one particular paragraph in here that says when Rosario refers to physical games, he's not talking about CDs or cartridges. Those are certainly options, but one of the most cost-effective forms of physical media are USB drives. And USB drives don't have to be boring rectangular sticks. They come in all sorts of shapes, sizes, colors. You can have a flash drive that's shaped like a key, or a flash drive that pops out of a credit card. This is true. So I guess USB would also be like the more affordable option depending on the size of the game. So it's actually very interesting that is an option for devs. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's kind of a screwy situation in this day and age where creators of all sorts have to deal with censorship of this magnitude, in my humble opinion. Well, yeah, and I think it's actually, like, it does sound weird at first, but there are also a number of other software that's also released, on USB drives too. So I mean, the one thing is, if you're like an indie developer and if you're trying to at least like get it out there, how do I say this? Like, it's going to depend on what your budget is, and the rest of it may have to be word of mouth. Unless you're able to find like a really good publisher, but even then, at that point, you'd still have to deal with a rating system. I didn't know if that were USB flash drive games. I think ultimately it comes down to the fact that there's a number of software that already does this, and it's generally more cost effective. So that much I am aware that it is a thing. Yeah, it's not really like a massive focus to make money. There are options for revenue sharing from what I understand, but I don't think it's necessarily as widely known, and I don't think many people like make use of that entirely. So I mean, ultimately, I think if you're an independent artist or developer per se, your best route is to either make a Ko-Fi or a Patreon. In my honest opinion. Because at the very least, if people are genuinely interested in your work and want to support you doing more, then that is certainly an option. Yeah, I don't like how that came out. far as the leg goes. I feel like on the topic of Newgrounds, given with how a lot of other art platforms are going these days, I do think Newgrounds is going to have a resurgence. I do think it's going to have, like, another, wave of people who are coming in from other communities. The only downside with this is that sometimes you're just gonna get people like who don't necessarily understand the culture Newgrounds has, and they'll think that like Newgrounds is supposed to like cave into what one user feels. This has happened a couple of times in the past from what I have noticed. I do remember one user in particular, and this doesn't have anything to do with like adult content, mind you guys. This actually had to do with one particular user who was originally posting a lot of her submissions using Go Animate, which a lot of other people did not like the fact that he was relying on that, and even the staff started like taking down like his submissions. The user ended up putting up a huge shit fit about it. So like, the thing was, it kind of ended up going into, like, the finger pointing, like, hey, mods are bad, why aren't they telling me why my submissions are getting, deleted, yada, 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 and I'm just like, mate, I'm sorry to say this, but, you're not gonna get anywhere by being a Karen, and right now, like, as it stands, I mean, you're just kind of like pointing fingers, and that's not going to help anyone. You're being a Karen. He didn't necessarily like that response, but I mean, yeah, and Newgrounds is aware of that. There are issues with the moderation staff, like transparency being an issue, but what people often do not understand is that the moderation team like can't necessarily be taking sides, and sometimes you'll have the people who just want things to go their way. And this is something that I was told about in one of the first few years I've been more active on Newgrounds, concerning unrelated drama that I'd rather not get into. But where this kind of becomes relevant to what I'm talking about is because the said user ended up trying to make a collaboration for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, like, and have as a theme, which personally in of itself isn't necessarily a terrible idea, but it's just not one that would appeal to Newgrounds. And said user was going to try to create like a thing using Go Animate with that, which not only didn't work out in his favor, but the other thing said user was also doing too at the time was trying to advertise his collab in other boards on the BBS, which is a massive no-no. I actually got into it with this user in specific, mainly because I just did not like the attitude he had toward me. And I'm saying this as someone who is on the spectrum, but I kind of had a feeling this kid was also on the spectrum too, and I really tried to explain it to him, like, look, I mean, I honestly don't know if you're autistic or anything like that. I would be completely sympathetic if you are, but, like, this is just how things are, and you kind of have to accept that. And he started, like, victimizing himself. Yeah, exactly. It is a takes one to know one type situation, and I certainly know the behaviors when I see it. Like, you're not wrong on that pizza pasta, so... anyways... The kid essentially tried to, like, DM me. He started telling me, like, oh, you're just trying to put down small creators, blah, 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 blah. And tried to essentially say I was being ableist, and I'm like, oh, Jesus, one of these fucking assholes. And that just ended up spiraling downward into an online fight, so to say. I think eventually, like, the moderation staff, like, also kind of got fed up with this kid, and so did the rest of the Newgrounds staff. After a couple of months of this kid just kind of going on and on about how he wants to use, like, Go Animate. Even though when the rest of the community was just like, no, we do not want Go Animate to be, like, a part of the content that's pushed out here. So that's when Tom Fulp and the rest of the staff just made the decision, like, look, we're putting this into the guidelines for movies. Like, Go Animate falls into one of those tools where, like, it's better not to use it. Like, we don't want that here because it's just, like, a low-effort software. And essentially, after that, like, the kid was just, like, so angry about that he just ended up, creating another, account just to host, like, the collab that only got, like, 10 contributors, in total to host the collab itself. And essentially he deleted his main account on Newgrounds, never to come back. So, just to get to some of the, comments and questions... I absolutely regret watching Go Animate videos. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like, Go Animate videos are really not that interesting altogether. Based on what I've seen, so I could probably understand why you would probably feel that way. So, how is the kid now? It's funny you actually asked about Pizza Pasta. Because after he left, I did notice him on the Spriters resource. Mainly with the Discord channel. So, I honestly think he's probably better off in other communities because... Given how Newgrounds in of itself is basically one of the more creative, valued communities, like, I just do not think that he would have been able to, like, last if he decided to be stubborn and try to have things his way. He probably ended up getting himself banned a couple of times. So I think he did make a wise call there. I don't talk to him, honestly, because I really don't have the need or desire to bring Newgrounds drama onto the Spreaders resource. That's not really how I like to roll. Like, if there is a conflict that's happening in one place, I would prefer to keep it in that place and not have it, like, leak out into other parts of the internet. Though sometimes that's easier said than done. For a lot of different reasons. I think you mentioned this before. Honestly, I wouldn't have so much of a problem with Reddit if, I didn't hear so many horror stories about it to begin with. Occasionally, I do browse it every now and then, but I do not interact with anyone on that website. Like, honestly, just reading a lot of the comments on Reddit, in my honest opinion, are enough to rot my brain. And I've definitely heard, like, one horror story on Reddit, per se. I might sabotage and deactivate my Reddit account. I'd say go for it, honestly. What was I gonna say? Oh yes. So, there was this one situation, and this was when AI was relatively new. There was a controversy that came from the Reddit art forum, where an artist decided to post for work, and, like, they actually ended up getting banned because a moderator thought that, like, it was made using AI, even though it wasn't. The artist even, like, went to the staff of that Reddit forum and was just like, look, I never used AI in my piece, and I'm willing to show you the process of how I created my piece. And the moderators just were not having it. And eventually news just broke out. And that one thing led to another, and the whole news just went viral. It got to a point where, if I'm not mistaken, like, the mods actually ended up banning people for bringing up the topic. Which, at that point, if the moderators are not willing to be, like, level-headed with some of this stuff and actually hear the other side out, then what are they doing there to begin with? In my opinion. Yes, I mean, ultimately moderators do have the final say. Well, that's not necessarily true, because it's mainly the admins who have, like, a final say and stuff, but I think that if a user was willing to at least show that they have essentially made the work on their own and not use AI, then that should have been given the benefit of the doubt right there. So that's one Reddit horror story that I do recall. I remember that some Reddit users bullied someone. Yeah, that happens everywhere on the internet. How do I say this? Like, this was also, like, a relatively common problem with Tumblr too, if I'm not mistaken. So it wouldn't surprise me if some of the people, like, who happen to be on Reddit were the exact same people, like, who are also from Tumblr. So, I will say this. If you're going out of your way to harass someone online just because you don't like their work or are threatening to dox them, then you kind of lose credibility at that point. If you do actually dox them, then yeah, you're just being a complete asshole at that point for no reason. Like, I think the most extreme example I do remember on the internet that I do recall where there was a lot of bullying was over the Stephen Fan art. Stumbling onto that. So there was like a fan artist who basically drew Steven Universe fan art of Rose, I think. I forget the exact character off the top of my head, but essentially, fan artists didn't draw the proportions correctly or accurately to the show. Steven Universe fanbase on Tumblr got wild, threatened the artist to actually kill themselves. Yes, it was, Rose, Quartz. So, essentially, you had, like, these, Tumblrites just threatening, or telling, like, this one artist to, like, kill themselves over it. That ends up making news, and even, like, the official creator, like, or one of the official artists for the show had to actually come in, step in, and just straight up tell everyone, yo, chill. You all need to fucking chill, because it's not cool that you're telling, like, someone how to actually, like, draw something, what to draw, or how to draw it. Like, chill. Which, honestly, good on that creator for actually, like, stepping in to say something, because there was literally no reason for that kind of behavior to happen to begin with. So, as far as, what Pizza Pasta is saying, that's the thing. Reddit has issues with, power mods who remove stuff because they say so, and that's it. And even mean to users as well. So, one thing I will say on this, note, I mean, I haven't had much experience with the Reddit moderators besides hearing about the story verbatim. If there's actually sound logic and reasoning to why someone is getting banned, then that's one thing. Like, I mean, at that point, there's not really, like, that has nothing to do with, like, the emotions or anything of the moderators or with how they're going on about it. But by the time they do it just because they don't like something and they're not willing to, like, have a conversation about it, then yeah. Like, I think that's where something kind of needs to be said by the admins at that point. I could talk about an experience on that, but I'll get back to that and address the other thing. Actually, when Tumblr banned adult content, the users spread to both Twitter and Reddit. They also came over to Newgrounds too. So yeah, like, a lot of those people are from fucking Tumblr of all places, and I'm just gonna save this in a hot mic moment. A lot of people from fucking Tumblr are goobers. I will say that much. And honestly, when it comes to goobers, usually they don't act very, I'm not talking about in, like, the innocent kind of a silly goober kind of thing. No, I'm talking about straight up, like, foolish people, like, who just want to have things their way. Those people are problematic, and in my honest opinion, Like, they need to touch grass or something. Be checked into a psych ward. Like, there's a reason why when I created those, memes with the, SpongeBob joke with Salty Spittoon and Weenie Hut Jr., there's a reason why I put Tumblr at Super Weenie Hut Jr. It ain't got nothing to do with the kind of content that's on there. It has to do with the fucking behaviors of user base that those people come from. So going back to what I was talking about with moderation. So here is something that I do think needs to be mentioned on my part. I do believe that moderators need to also be held accountable as much as the users are. And admins do need to step up and remind them that they're not above the rules either. So, and there's a reason why I do say that. For some example, I drew jacket art from Hotline Miami and I silently removed it. And when I messaged another one of the mods, they didn't even know why, because there were no rules against it. Yeah, at that point, I think the moderators should have gotten together, figured out who it was, and held the other moderator accountable. But going back to what I was trying to say... Awesome! Congratulations on taking your first step away from the crazies glitching. Anyhow, so, what I was about to go on about is a story that came from the Spriters resource in my experiences from, I'm going to say all the way back into 2009, 2010-ish. So, at the time... Like, there was still, like, a problem with a couple of users who were rather elitist. And essentially, like, what happened was you would have, like, some of those users stepping up to be moderators when they weren't necessarily mature themselves to be in such a position. And at the time... Like, the admins over on the Spreaders resource didn't really have high standards as we do now when it comes to moderation. So, essentially, there was, like, a level of elitism that was happening. And I do recall that one moderator, like, outright was... just did not like me because I was me, like, and I'm just saying this in hindsight, I was a lot more stupid back in the day. And I was a lot more naive to a lot of certain things, but the moderator in question was actually just straight up ableist with me at times. And... it was just not a fun time for anyone. There were several fights that happened, and this said moderator was just also abusing their power at one point. Initially, they were just like a sprite moderator, but they overstepped their boundaries and actually banned users when it didn't have anything to do with their, it had nothing to do with what they were supposed to do. And eventually it just got to a point where a lot of users just finally got fed up, and even I was kind of getting fed up at one point. And I just finally just said it for what it was, and I just like, look, I mean, honestly, like, I'm just gonna be for real on this. it's not helpful when we have moderators like this guy, and I actually called him out on it too. Like, just up front abusing for powers and just starting to give people shit when it's not really their place to, like, even get involved in it when they should be only be staying in their lane. Something along those lines. That moderator did not like me, like, outright saying that, and they were just like, look, I've been here longer than you. I've essentially, like, know how some of these users think. If they want to have it their way. But you know what? I'm fucking done. I'm stepping down. And guy just straight up calls me a retard at that point. And after that, I just straight up call him out. And I just straight up tell him, like, look, you know what? Fuck you, dude. Like, and I just essentially, like, went off on a whole rant. And just straight up told him, like, look, I honestly do not give a shit how long you've been on here. Like, if anything, you've been, like, completely disrespectful to everyone on here. And to be totally honest with you, why should I give you that respect just because you've been here, like, for a long time when you've been, like, this disrespectful? Like, I'm not doing that. It was not a popular opinion. And some users, like, disagreed with me on that. And they were saying, like, look, I mean, guy has seniority. You gotta be respectful either way. And I'm like, no. I'm not being respectful. If one person's not gonna be respectful, then at that point, you may as well just throw away everything else. So that was a whole hot mic situation. I've tried to essentially find the archive for that whole situation just for my records, but I think it ended up being lost to time, unfortunately. But I do remember that was like a catalyst for some significant changes on the Spriter's resource, where the moderation actually became more fair after that, so that was essentially one of the more, how do I say this? It was one of my more hotter moments or heated moments where I just got fed up and just felt that was time for me to say something. So, if anyone wonders why I do think that moderators do need to be held accountable, it's for reasons like that when a moderator is actually abusing their powers. The problem is that if we're talking about this in a more general sense, it's not that easy to prove when a moderator is abusing their power. So you need to have, like, solid evidence before you actually, like, go around saying that, like, a moderator is abusing their powers and whatnot and trying to, like, start some fucking drama. And that's where, like, I have to, like, step in and say, like, look, guys, I'm all for our moderators being held accountable, but you need to have proof. Not just, like, hearsay, just show, like, actual screenshots of shit that's happening and show where the abuse is actually happening. If that's not being shown, then what are you doing, you know? So, Reddit is such a hunk of bullshit. Yeah, it really is most of the time. Unfortunately, Reddit's just one of those places that aren't going away anytime soon, but it's good that you left it. Ugh. So yeah, that's me going on a whole thing there. Oh, god damn it. What is with this stupid Wacom pen? I think I need to get a new one. Or no, I do need to get a new one. Like, for anyone wondering why I'm saying that, this is what my Wacom pen looks like right now. The tape is on there because rubber is literally falling off. Who is she that you're drawing? Honestly, no one in particular. Like, I'm honestly just kind of drawing whatever. So actually this is kind of another thing, is that sometimes, like, people will ask me if who I'm drawing in specific. I am literally not drawing anyone in specific in some of my works. Sometimes it's just really purely me just doing things from imagination. Okay. Speaking of Wacom, I remember back when I used to draw a mouse only thinking how awful it would be to draw a screenless tablet. But no, that's all I draw with. How ironic. I wouldn't say that's necessarily ironic. Hear me out on this. So I will say that tablets are very, very useful. But I will also say that drawing a mouse with a mouse in of itself isn't necessarily a bad thing either. So this is me just kind of having a bit of a point, like when it comes to the tools of an artist. Generally, like, it's not a good idea to rely solely on the mouse, but that doesn't mean you can't use it. Sometimes I even use a mouse, but I also know for a fact that using a mouse is very situational. Like, unless I really need to, like, dive in and, like, actually look at the pixels up close per se, then I honestly will say that, like, shit, I'm losing my train of thoughts on where I was going with this. I guess what I'm saying is that if I need to go up close to the screen and actually go into specific details, I will use a mouse to essentially refine whatever details that I don't think I would be able to get with a Wacom pen necessarily. So, in general, the way I'm drawing right now, I'm just roughing stuff out. Like, I'm not trying to, like, get into, like, any specific details here. But, say if I were in the cleanup process and I'm having a difficult time actually, like, getting into the specific details that I would like to get into, then that's when I would very much consider using a thing. And you, my friend, are getting banned. Just hang on 1 second while I go into the creator dashboard to delete those comments. Oh. There was a bot that I had to delete. It looks like that the comments are deleted on Twitch, so that's a good thing. Honestly, I do not think that they bother, I mean, at the end of the day, I think these are just bots that are just going from channel to channel, so it doesn't exactly matter if like I'm a big I don't think it necessarily matters if I'm a big streamer or not. I'm gonna look into at least trying to find a solution so the amount of bots that are coming into the stream end up getting banned on site. That's been on my to-do list. Hoping I can get to it next week and figure out just some ways to like make sure that these bots essentially like are reduced. So and I think that is the end of that playlist. Alright. What is next? Let's do which lo-fi hip-hop spooky beats. Halloween chill, party, and study. Here we go. Keep the music going. Back to what I was saying, the only times I use my mouse nowadays are when I work on small effects like sparks and whatnot. I will say my hands do get pretty shaky sometimes with drawing, so using a line tool may not always be so bad. Yeah, believe it or not, sometimes I actually deal with shakiness too. One thing that does help if you're doing stuff with either Photoshop or Eclipse Studio Paint, I do think this also works with Krita too, but definitely use smoothing. You would be surprised how smoothing actually manages to make things a lot easier when it comes to smoothing out the line work. And essentially it just makes everything look so much more cleaner, believe it or not. Honestly, if I'm drawing anything, whether or not it's environment or characters, like if I'm gonna draw anything, I always make sure to rough out my drawings. Because at the very least, it provides me like a basic skeleton of what I want to try to do. Yeah. Like, I feel like, and this is just kind of my thing, like, one thing I ended up learning in college is that sometimes rather than going fully detailed, it's a lot better to imply details as opposed to, say, like, going all out and just making, like, a huge illustration. Sometimes you're better off, like, being subtle with certain details to give the impression of what you're drawing. Like, say if I actually wanted to draw some trees, like, I don't actually really need to, like, go all out and, like, necessarily draw every single branch. I just need to do whatever, like, gives me, like, the idea. Like, if this is just purely a hypothetical scenario. I mean, something kind of like this. Like, it's not necessarily going super detailed or anything like that, but it does give the idea. Food for thought, but anyhow. I'm gonna delete this, because that's not really what I'm intending to draw. Okay. Alright. Okay, so... Alright, what else could I possibly ramble about? What's going on Newgrounds, I wonder? What's going on in the news? Apparently it's someone's birthday, and... Yeah, not really a whole lot going on. Uh, 2D Super Mario Sunshine. I'd imagine that's like Super Mario 63. It's someone asking about a game. What is Super Mario 63? That's not interesting to talk about at all, though, is it? Yeah. Anyhow. I tried sketching human anatomy once. How did it go? Just out of curiosity. Pretty fine. That's good. I think that's actually pretty good for the character sketch. Now, how about actually coming up with an environment? It doesn't have to be super specific, but... Hey, it wouldn't hurt. I have no idea why my caps lock is on. But whatever. It matters not. I also might practice drawing hairstyles. I would say definitely go for it. Any sort of practice you can do is always going to be helpful in the long run. This is why I need to get a new Wacom pen. It's not stopping when I want it to. How annoying is that? Wacom, Wacom. Waco. Alright, there's A Little Nightmares 3. I think I heard of Little Nightmares before. Has anyone ever played Little Nightmares by chance or no? I haven't, but funny enough, I just got a notification that the third game released. I think one he plays actually ended up playing one of the Little Nightmares games before. At this point, I'm not even gonna worry that the pen is not fully cooperating. Okay. Now for the fun part, the cleanup. Just gonna change my pencil nibs real quick. Assuming I can. This may actually help the problem slightly. Huh? Apparently not. That's no good. Not very often, no. Well, no matter. Eventually I'm gonna have to get a new Wacom pen anyways, just because I have two that are falling apart. I mentioned that earlier, but... Okay. Okay. Yep. Definitely a vampire. Dang, the colors are going so quick. Pixel is so fast. Hello, Dead's on Icy Moon. I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. But yeah. I've developed my technique over the years. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're enjoying yourself. There was a fighting game called Darkstalkers, which is called Vampire in Japan. I think Darkstalkers is actually relatively well known at this point. No? Honestly, I kind of want to play that at some point. Hmm. Like, I mean, Darkstalkers is really just one of those games that I've heard a lot about, always wanted to play, never got the chance to play it. Um, like, even if I didn't play Darkstalkers, I know that Felicia and, Morgana are the two more iconic characters of that series. Uh, I played those games that were very good. Which is the best Darkstalkers to get into if you're playing for the first time? In your honest opinion. The first? Alright. We'll keep that in mind. Because eventually I think that might be one of the games I do end up playing if I can get a hold of it. Assuming I can, anyhow. Or literally Arkstalkers, which is the third vampire game. Most characters. My favorite games of the series are Vampire Survivor and Hunter. Alright. I'm gonna have to look into those for sure. You can find the Famicom Fighting Collection for $30 on Steam. Is that so? Ah! Alrighty. Thank you, Pizza Pasta. I played these games on the Switch. Well, yeah, I suppose it could be on Switch too, but I honestly only have my Switch for certain games. That reminds me, by the end of this week, I'm still gonna have to get my Switch looked at. Or Darkstalkers Resurrection on PSP if you emulate. Yes, I do emulate. I don't have a PlayStation Portable emulator though, so. I have to be a little bit careful of emulators on that note because even though I have like some games on any emulators, those are the ones that I've actually backed up from physical copies. Save for a few, but that's a whole other matter entirely. Some emulators contain viruses. Well, that's why you gotta trust, how do I say this? This is why you have to go to trusted sources to get emulators, because if you're not getting it from a trusted source, then yeah. Also, thank you. Really do appreciate that. The only games I emulate are ones like Hong Kong Night. Oh. Um. How do we talk about Hong Kong 97 on here? Yeah, I've heard of a game, but even if I chose to get it for historical reasons, it's not a game I would probably find myself playing for extended periods of time. For obvious reasons, if anyone's ever heard of it. Other than that. Congrats, by the way, on the ice skate study front page. Thank you. Honestly, I think that was the first, front page that I got that wasn't recommended from anyone in the front page suggestions thread in the BBS. So I was rather surprised when I got the front page, so someone on the staff liked what I was doing. Oh, you did? Thank you. I really appreciate that. Dead Sonic Moon. Ah, alright, now I figured out how to pronounce your name. Wow. Thank you, Dead Sonic Moon. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's Dead SM on NG. Alright, cool. But yeah, thank you very much. But yeah, welcome to my stream. Okay. Hong Kong 97 is the type of game you play for a few minutes, beat it once, and never touch it again due to... I think I read somewhere that game was just intentionally meant to be an offensive thing just because... Alright. I know a lot about a few Capcom fighting arcade games. Honestly, I've only played a very few Capcom arcade fighting games, believe it or not. Aside from Street Fighter 4, far as the retro ones go, and Street Fighter 5, I've played Street Fighter 2. Never played 3, but I've played Street Fighter Alpha 2, I think. That was actually at a barcade in New York City at one point. I would actually love to go to a barcade again if I ever go down to New York City. That was fun. I wouldn't necessarily drink there, but... I've heard about that, actually. Because I think Street Fighter Alpha was intended to be a prequel to Street Fighter. I don't look accurate at all. That's at least a little better. Might look a little jank. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just overthinking it a little bit. Okay, what else? Alright. Okay. One of the things that I've been thinking about doing as of late, aside from posting my streams on Newgrounds, I'm thinking I might start doing that on Instagram too. Trying to figure out new ways I can just kind of expand on what I'm doing for Twitch. Glad you put it on NG. That's how I'm here. I got lucky seeing it after I posted. Yeah. I mean, honestly, for the most part, I usually stream for about 2 to 4 hours, depending. Like, it's been a little tough for me starting out just because, for me, I'm also kind of working with a tight work schedule. Thankfully, I'm actually on vacation this week, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. There was also from Marvel vs. Capcom. Yeah, I think that's relatively well known. I saw a couple people play Marvel vs. Capcom at one point. I never actually played it myself, if memory serves me right. That one has some interesting mechanics from what I recall seeing. Actually, I'm just curious. This is me just kind of testing something out here, but assume that I do anti-aliasing. In this manner. Yeah, I'm not sure how good that's gonna look though, because if I did it like that, I feel like I would have to rely on differing to do the coloring for the dress. So I do think blue may actually work better for the dress. And the purple is just kind of used like as a secondary color. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is the best one in my opinion. Yeah. I'd say it's a relatively good one from what I recall seeing of it. Max's mod. There's so much about this game I would love to know. Okay. Alright. I have an idea. What program is this? It's so cool seeing another artist work in real time. This is Sprite. You can get Sprite for about $20. It's actually a relatively cheap program to get on Steam, or you can actually look it up on Google. Real quick. Yeah, it's relatively good. I actually ended up putting in some custom themes into it. Well, this is the only custom theme I have for it, but I also have a couple of add-ons for it that I was able to find here and there that are relatively useful. There is one for color cycling if I ever need to animate it. Oh yeah, it definitely does animation. Actually right around here is where the timeline is, so if I want to add in like a new frame, I just hit Alt, New, then it would add in another frame, but I'm not really doing like animations at the moment. It's actually one of the best pixel art programs in my honest opinion. Other programs I've used for pixel art before while I'm on the topic would probably be, Graphic Scale, Pixin when I had a Mac, and then it was Sprite. I also worked with Microsoft Paint before I heard about all these specific programs, but that's such a long time ago. I think that might have been back in my earlier days on the Spriters resource. King of Fighters 98 has ruined my life. I think I remember playing King of Fighters 97 before 98. Believe it or not. I have an idea. No. This might be a little more interesting to do. So, I'm going to use the contour tool here. And I don't know if it's because I got a little bit inspired by the Castlevania TV series, but Vampire and Eclipse is actually kind of a cool thing. So let's like that invert the selection. Castlevania is a good inspiration. Yeah, Castlevania is an awesome inspiration. I mean, the vampire chick I'm drawing isn't really inspired by anything in specific, but I did want to do a vampire. Actually, hang on. There might be a better way to do this if I got a reference for an Eclipse. Yeah, I played a couple different Castlevania games. It's mainly like all the older ones, though. Symphony of the Night was definitely a fun one. I played the original Castlevania games on the Nintendo Entertainment System. And I do have Castlevania 4. I've also played Rondo of Blood, which is hard as balls. I'll have to look that up real quick, just out of curiosity's sake. Rondo is so hard. Yeah, it really is. Like, I've tried playing Rondo of Blood, but I don't even think I was able to get past the point after I saved Maria, I think. Nice. Lords of Shadow was my favorite. I actually never played Lords of Shadow. I remember it was being talked about a lot back when it came out, but not for the right reasons. I think a lot of the hardcore Castlevania fans like felt it was too different from like the original games at the time, if I remember like how those conversations went. Plays like a bad Ninja Gaiden and not Castlevania. I feel like that sounds accurate. Well, I think at the very least, people can say that, like Kojima was able to direct a Castlevania game. For better or worse. I mean, it can't be any worse than the whole thing with Zanzibar Land. Three, 4, Symphony Night are my favorite of the series. There's also a Flash game called Castlevania Symphony of the Butt. Oh man. I feel like I should just look that up. Just to appease my curiosity. How wild is Castlevania glitching? Because if it's as wild as I think it is, then I'd be laughing my ass off about it. Okay. On another note related to Castlevania, I think the other thing too that I also kind of recall with the Castlevania series, both with Nocturne and the other TV show, I think not a lot of people really cared for the fact that it departed from, like, the story of the games. Personally, I feel like I didn't mind that as much. Just kind of understanding that with the adaptations in particular, what may work in a video game isn't going to necessarily work with a TV show. Not much I do know. Okay. Okay, so that will make things a little bit easier there, I think. Perspective-wise. And I don't know what happened there. King of Fighter and Samurai Showdown, those are the fighting games made by SNK. What is going on here? Okay. Just realized I forgot to turn off the thing. There are some of these games of a series you can also get from Steam. Yeah, I think Steam is really going to be where I get most of my games at this point. Um, I got a couple of reasons why I would rather do that than anything else, to be honest. Perspective looks a little wonky there. Now if I look at this. Okay. Now I think I'm beginning to understand why that perspective looks weird. Are you mainly a Newgrounds artist? Not exactly, but I have been a regular on Newgrounds a lot more these days. How do I explain like the history of that whole scenario? So I mean, the thing was that I didn't originally start out on Newgrounds. I've had a Newgrounds account since 2012, but I didn't start being active on it since then. I only actually started becoming more active in 2017. I originally started out on the Spriters resource back of a day. Then, due to me going to college, I wasn't as active as I once was on that website. And then eventually I got my art degree, and at that point, I was more regular on Newgrounds after kind of experimenting with a couple of different platforms per se. I've tried DeviantArt, but that website is not what it used to be. I also have an ArtStation account. I rarely post on that, and I also have a Pixel Joint account, which I don't post on nearly as often as I should be. So I guess to answer that question, I'm not mainly a Newgrounds artist, but yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I feel like when it comes to DeviantArt, like, if you've been on the site, there is kind of a special place in your heart for it, but after all the changes and stuff that happened since Eclipse, yeah, I don't have any better words to really describe just how sad it's been for DeviantArt. Like, it just fucking sucks. Like, to know. NGN 12 was wild. It really was. It was a vastly different time, and that was when I was just mainly on there to play a couple of different games. Particularly with New York City Shark and Miami Shark. those were fun games to play at the time. There were a couple other things I was also paying attention to on Newgrounds at the time, because there was also when he plays, well, not when he plays, Chris O'Neill animations that I ended up watching a lot back when he was more active as a animator on Newgrounds. I know every now and then Chris will pop up on Newgrounds when we don't know about it, but that was when Zone took over, burned into my brain. Actually, surprisingly enough, I didn't really pay attention to what Zone Tan was doing at the time, but I was aware of the name. Actually, remind me of this, because I do know, and I'm only referencing this for Newgrounds history's sake. Wasn't Shadman on Newgrounds at one point before he got banned from there? Like, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but yep. Alright, yeah, so I wasn't wrong with that, I guess. Yeah, we dare not speak, too deeply of what Shad, is known for. If you know, you know. But yeah, I do know that he was relatively active on Newgrounds, around that time. And that was just kind of the, internet meme at the time. My first experiences with Newgrounds were watching Ed's World and playing Meat Boy and the Henry Stickmin games when I was little. For me, it was being exposed to the very old sprite animation videos. They were both very impactful. Zone, in particular, out of nowhere, posted stuff that people thought was real animation studio stuff. That is true. Particularly with the Starfire and My Life as a Teenage Robot animations. From what I've studied up. Honestly, it's weird how, like, I wasn't aware of, like, how impactful Zone Tan and Shad were at the time. This especially considering that before I had my Newgrounds account, I was already aware of Newgrounds' existence due to, like, some Mario sprite animation videos at the time. I know a couple of them have been taken down for copyright reasons, but, many of them were very old, parodies. It was wild to see digital indie art feel professional, as Newgrounds was one of the only places like that. It's... Honestly, I know Newgrounds is kind of, like, still a hobbyist site, but at the same time, like, with how the internet has shifted, it's kind of like a gateway point almost if people want to become, like, professional animators to a certain extent, or if they end up becoming, like, internet animators. Honestly, I think I would rather have Newgrounds be kept small after seeing what happened with DeviantArt. Because, I mean, I remember DeviantArt used to be small, then it got big, and eventually it just became less good. Yeah, DeviantArt and Tumblr are both bad examples. They really are. Like, I feel like everyone could go on and on about them, and it would still become like a very tired conversation. Like, hell, even when it's like on Newgrounds, whenever people start venting about DeviantArt, I'm just like, guys, I could go on about this conversation, but it's also a very tired one, FYI. Yeah. How do I really say it? Like, it really just kind of boils down to the users that use those sites, I feel like. Maybe I'm wrong about assumption, but I've just did not have, like, good experiences dealing with certain people on websites like Tumblr or DeviantArt. Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. Okay, what are you gonna arrest the CEO of DeviantArt for? Like, that would be such an impossible task to do. I feel like. If there is one thing that I do know is that if people like are hoping to grow, and as much as I have like this love-hate relationship with Meta in particular, I feel like some people are just better off getting like an Instagram account and just posting their artwork on there. Though I will admit that there are some things that I don't like that Meta is doing with Instagram right now. I do recall hearing a lawsuit with Instagram in particular being involved because of Meta's monopoly on social media. Because right now, from what I understand, like, the controversy with that is how Meta's CEO, or, well, obviously with Zuckerberg, it's like, essentially Meta has a monopoly over social media and they need to sell Instagram. Which, for better or worse, that could go either one way or the other. I have no idea if Instagram would do well with my art. Are people there cool? So I have, being a little bit of a psychopath than I am, I did kind of experiment with that. People in there can generally be cool, but if you start posting political artwork, that's when you might start getting like the political nutcases, for lack of better words. My advice would be to be mindful of what you decide to boost your content on. This is really the one thing I don't like about Instagram, because unless you're drawing like a specific meme, you pretty much have to boost your post if you want to get noticed. Which is annoying, but what else can you do at that point? Like, I mean, the thing is, a lot of people, like, on Instagram are under the assumption that the hashtags you put in, like, will help guarantee you views, but it does not. Essentially, it's paid to essentially get your post boosted and into people's feeds, so it's a little shitty at times, because it's essentially you are paying for, like, Instagram to essentially put your artwork into a news feed like it's an advertisement, which can help you get more views, but at the same time, what I do not like about this is that you still have to pay for it, and you have to kind of understand your own budget at that point. One thing I would definitely be careful, though, when it comes to Instagram is that sometimes there'll be people who will offer to essentially show your artwork or whatever for a small fee, and it's just like, if you can pay other people to show your work, then you may as well just be paying for, like, boosting artwork into stories and getting it onto people's feeds. That is a thing that happens. I have also had like one particular Instagram story in particular. I guess you could call it a horror story if you wish. But there was essentially one time when, like, there was this, like, one Instagram page called the Pixel Artist magazine that featured my work at one point. I didn't know any better, but they didn't necessarily ask me for permission necessarily, and I noticed this. They did credit me at the very least, which I was happy about. And I just told them, like, look, I don't mind if you're hosting my work, if you're crediting me, but I would have appreciated if you at least asked me before hosting it on your page. I felt like they didn't necessarily understand that, but that page went on for about 4 years, kind of doing that with other artists. And I guess as soon as they got, like, enough followers from the pixel art community, they were just like, okay, we don't want to, like, be talking about pixel art anymore. We want to be talking about coffee. So they just essentially deleted all the free advertising they were giving to smaller artists. Deleted all of her posts and essentially reworked it into a coffee page. That actually kind of ticked me off, because they were essentially saying that, oh, hey, like, artists gave us permission to host for work, and I'm like, no, you guys didn't. That's such a load of shit. And that just led to a lot of people, like, not agreeing with her actions. Yeah, it really is. I mean, if you weren't interested in hosting, like, a dedicated page to pixel art, and you could have handed it off to someone who was interested, instead of, like, having to eat the entire page and essentially remove like any sort of like free exposure that you were willing to give the artists. Just ethically, I did not think that was right. I gave them a hard time about it, and they didn't like that. But you know what? At this point, it's just whatever. If they haven't already gotten their share of instant karma by now, then I don't know if they will, and it's not really worth my time to bellyache on it. Oh yeah, it does. This is also kind of why, like, more lately as I've been going into my 30s, that I've been a little more, how do I say this? I've been a little more lax about this, just kind of knowing that shit can happen. But I think one of the biggest moral takebacks is that, you know, if someone is hosting your work, and they didn't necessarily ask you first, then you are within your full right to essentially say, no, please delete this. And sometimes you're just better off doing that instead of, like, having someone else, like, show your work for exposure points. So, I mean, I know you said that DeviantArt will be dead in 5-10 years, and I really hope you're right about it, but I've also mentioned my reasons why I want this site taken down. I mean, honestly, for me personally, I used to be really lax about it because I know sometimes people will repost stuff. I didn't care as long as people were willing to credit me. But sometimes that's where there's like a bit of a drawback, because sometimes people will try to claim work as their own, and that's not cool either. Which, I do recall at one point with Starfire versus Blaze, shortly after I finished working on that, there was like one person who decided to repost that. It very much is. Signatures are always important regardless of anything. But anyway, some YouTuber decided to basically cut out the commentary and repost the animation, but that was really a no-no, and a lot of us who worked on the animation essentially had to go up and tell this guy, like, look, you gotta take this down, you don't have our permission to repost this. Eventually he did take it down, but it was just like a whole headache with that in particular. Ah, what the heck? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I would say you're definitely lucky. I don't know if it's me as I just get older and older, but I also just kind of realize, like, you know, some things, like, aren't really worth the fight. The worst I had is people ghost me on art trades, and that's not that bad. Yeah, that really isn't as bad compared to other things that could potentially happen, I think. Honestly, I think when it comes to like commissions and art trades, like I have had a couple of people ghost me in the past. On Instagram in particular, I've had a couple of people like come up to me with scam offers disguised as commissions, or commission offers disguised or scams disguised as commission offers. One time I recall this in particular. So one time, like, I had these people claiming they were like a part of some activist organization out of California, offering me like, I think it may have been like $7,000 to do like some storyboards or whatever, and create like at least like 7 different animations within the allotted time of like 2 different 7-week periods, which sounded too good to be true, but they captured my interest, so I kind of had a little bit of the benefit of the doubt going on. But soon as I kept talking to these people more and more, like, I saw more broken English, and they were really just kind of trying to pressure me into taking, like, a bank check, which I'm just like, no, I don't take bank checks. I particularly do this through online commissions, if they were really insistent on that. So eventually it got to a point where I'm like, I'm sorry, I really am beginning to question like what your organization does, so I would like to talk with the organization itself. And I did look them up and on Google just to make sure that I knew for sure it was a scam. And when I found like that their website was essentially a dead website, and I actually put in like the address it was claiming to have, it was just some random ass location in California that I'm pretty sure was a residential address. So I'm just like, yeah, no, this is definitely a scam. Rather than redirect me to like an email, essentially these people like decide to send me to another Instagram page to talk to. And essentially that was when I just decided to confront them. I'm like, look, honestly, I really want to know like the validity of your organization, so if you could send me like an address or anything like that so I know if this is legit, then I would be grateful of that. And they were like, well, why don't you send us your address? And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not giving you any personal details, and I can clearly see if this is a fucking scam, so we're done here. Essentially, I just decided to waste your time, just because I knew for a fact they were indeed scammers. And it's just like, yeah, sometimes shit's just too good to be true. And I'm kind of glad that I was able to catch on to this bullshit. I don't know if they necessarily deleted their account after the fact, but I just chose to block them at that point and just be done with it. So yeah, that's that story. So, 1. The cringy and disgusting sus type of art appears on where people stumble upon the internet as fetish art. 2. The alright, so this is reasons of why DeviantArt is bad. The overflow of AI art. The content was spread through other social platforms and stolen logos and picture from TV shows. There are my reasons why I want DeviantArt taken down on the internet. Honestly, so this is the thing, glitching, that I would agree with you where those things are bad, but at the same time, it's also one of those situations where it's like, what can you do? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, DeviantArt was always like a hobbyist site. Let's be real about that. But I don't think there's really much anyone can do about, like, those particular problems. Yeah, fetish art really is not an issue. Like, in my honest opinion, I do agree it should be tagged and filtered, and Newgrounds does a relatively good job at making sure that all the fetish art, like, is optional. Yeah. Like, honestly, I generally do not care with, anything about fetish art, to be honest. Like, I know some people have a problem with it, but at the same time, and this is really just me saying, but there are more important things to, like, be worried about than someone just posting their fetish. But I do respect that other people do have, like, their issues with fetish art, per se. I agree. Okay. Flying is bow is hard. I have found a few people I know think I do fetish art. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, sometimes, like, I'll do the occasional adult piece, but, I try not to make it my main focus. Like, and this is really just me, but, personally, I feel like if you're gonna be doing, like, mainly adult work or fetish art, then it's really, you're kind of walking a fine line at that point. But if your technical skills are up to snuff, then, like, at that point, do whatever you want, you know? Just remember there are still certain lines you don't cross as an adult artist. Speaking of art trades, funny thing is I've never ghosted someone with art trades. However, I have had issues in the past where it takes me a small while to finish a trade. Yeah, I don't think that's really anything to beat yourself up on, honestly. Yeah, I do agree with what Dead SM is saying. You just gotta like communicate with the other artists. My mother, for example, hates anything Eastern. Her line is so easy to cross. I mean, honestly, I don't really know why people would have like issues with like whether or not an art style is Eastern or Western, but that's really just kind of a thing. I don't post much on the internet here. Eh, I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that. Okay, I think I focused enough on the background for the time being. Yeah, I do agree with that. It's always awesome to hear from other people in Newgrounds. Speaking of fetish art, while I myself do believe it should be tagged properly, I generally do not care what people make as long as it's not legal or highly immoral. I honestly think the more we censor even fetish art, the more it hurts all of us. I agree with that. Like, if it's not your cup, your tea, then don't drink from it and complain how it tastes. I 100% agree with that. Um, like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, as long as you're not, like, outright hurting people, like, or depicting things that are illegal, then yeah. Like, it's fair game. No, glitching, you're good. Um, Okay. So, how do I feel about fan art? I mean, I've done fan art a couple of times, so, I guess what I should be asking is, what kind of fan art are we talking about? Because that could be a very, broad, subject matter in that regard. That much I can say, having done both fan art of big stuff versus people doing fan art of your OC. I mean, honestly, if people like my OC a lot, then who am I to really stop someone else from drawing my OC? Like, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, people are going to be inspired by whatever they want to draw, so I don't think it's necessarily fair for me to, like, judge someone if they want to draw one of my characters, per se. If they really are fans of the content that I create. Alrighty. Would love to see that. Where is my... Oh, hey, Plymouth Fury. I mean, I could draw fan art of you, but, I'm pretty sure you would be like, no! For context, Plymouth Fury is actually a IRL friend of mine. So, yeah. Other than that, how you doing, Plymouth? No, he doesn't. I can say that one with much certainty, though I think he should get one. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't be a bad idea to be streaming Newgrounds games every once in a while, you know? Actually, that's something I should consider doing. Go ahead. And I just lost the game. Thanks, Plymouth. But yeah, like, I'll definitely take on any sort of recommendations for the stream. Because this is something I want to do more of. I mean, honestly, this is kind of like the one thing that I realized, like, I could definitely use all the skills that I've learned from art school for. Yeah. I think eventually, once I get more confident in my process with Eclipse Studio Paint, I may start streaming that a bit more. That much I will say. Because, I mean, that's it. Part of the reason why I'm willing to, like, draw with Ace Spray is because I'm actually confident with what I'm doing in this. With Clip Studio Paint, I know a few tricks here and there, but it's also, like, I really am not 100% comfortable, like, doing that until I solidify my process with it, which is going to take time. Streaming is hard, though. I just started posting time lapses for my pieces, and it's scary. Yeah, I've done time lapses before. I mean, I feel like the one thing that I kind of like about streaming, though, that I've just kind of come to like is that there's a level of interaction with that. Clip Studio Paint makes it easy, thankfully. I'm gonna have to talk to you more about that, Dead SM. Because I know a couple of tricks I could do for Clip Studio Paint for my process, but it's also like, again, it's also kind of a confidence thing that I'm still kind of struggling with. There's a reason why I actually decided to talk about the subject of speed versus how do I say this? Alrighty. I'll have to check that out at some point. Shit, I lost... Oh, yeah, so... I think it was after one of my, the ice skating, piece got front page in particular that I kind of started thinking to myself a little bit about this, but it was mainly regarding, being able to maintain your speed of drawing art while maintaining, the quality of it, which... it's something that kind of boggled me because, like, now I'm kind of in a position where I'm making, like, pieces, like, in the span of 2 to 4 hours, which is less than 8 hours, which is relatively fast, all things considered. And I wanted to, like, get some perspective on what the best methods for that were for. And I got some relatively good responses in that thread in specific. Let me see if I can pull it up and put a link to it in the stream. I know it's in... Alright, here we go. This is the thread that I was talking about. So, yeah, bear with me on the MLA style essays, but really the gist of it is that, like, is there a point where applied knowledge from over the years end up getting processed a lot more faster mentally the more you apply those techniques, and whether or not it's muscle memory and yada yada yada. My internet dropped. I'm back. Welcome back. About and Newgrounds auras, all I cared about was the colors. Honestly, I don't even think much about the auras on Newgrounds, to be honest. Believe it or not. I don't know if that's just necessarily a me thing or what, but... Okay. So for me, for our two brains, speed comes when you think in 3D, but its messy technical skill is slower, but more defined. Got to go. See y'all later, glitching. Hope you have a good night. Yeah. I kinda understand the gist of what you're saying there. Because, I mean, ultimately, when it comes to speed, like, you're not necessarily worried about, like, getting things necessarily defined. Because at that point, you're not exactly worried about making things look pretty. It's just really more getting things done. But the drawback is that it's not going to look pretty, like, for the most part, unless you absolutely know what you're doing. While, on the other hand, if you decide to go more technical, that's when things tend to go a little bit slower and not necessarily as, like, fast, but you get a nicer piece overall. So I do kind of get what you're saying there. Painting mode versus drawing mode. I'm trying to find a middle ground as Newgrounds in general likes more toon stuff. Yeah, that is true. Actually, I got a better idea. Let's make this. So yeah, I have noticed that for the most part, like Newgrounds definitely does like more toony stuff. At the same time, I've also noticed like stuff that's more like akin to comics, which Newgrounds also likes. So if it's like anime, cartoons, comics, manga, it usually tends to be a bit more well liked. But every now and then, like, there's going to be the occasional piece that's like uber realistic, which is like, oh shit, this is awesome. But that doesn't happen very much on Newgrounds, from what I've noticed. Also, thank you, Pizza Pasta. That is very much appreciated. Honestly, for me, like, yeah, this piece shows good process. Thanks. What was it I was gonna say? I mean, I'm gonna be totally honest. I mean, looking at a lot of your stuff, like, a lot of it is really more in place with what Newgrounds would like. Like, just kind of quickly looking at the gallery a little bit. But I think I kind of understand the feeling, though. I mean, I don't know, like, because, like, I feel like when I initially joined on... Well, no, not when I initially joined on Newgrounds. It's really more so when I was initially getting more active on Newgrounds. I felt out of place for a little while with a lot of my works between, I'm gonna say, not necessarily on, like, I think it was more so between 2017 and 2019. I felt a little bit out of place. And that was still kind of like going on for me in 2020. That feeling slowly started to subside in 2021 and 2022 in particular. And then I just felt like that I kind of got more acquainted with my own identity as an artist to feel like that. I feel like I'm, like, not necessarily out of place. Yeah. I've always thought of myself, and by extension my art gallery, as more atypical, which is, in my eyes, actually a good thing. Yeah. I mean, I will say this. It's not bad to be weird when it comes to your art style. I'm gonna be totally fucking honest. My art style is generally kind of weird. But that in of itself doesn't necessarily make it a bad thing, you know? I want to try something here. This might be a little bit out of left field with making the dress the same color, but I don't know. I feel like for me, this might actually prove to be a better option instead of trying to make it a different color altogether, given the limitations I'm working with. Like, I feel like this is just one of those situations where you recognize that something isn't necessarily working, so you're willing to try another thing, and it may just turn out to be the better option here. Yeah, not being afraid to changes is a good habit to have. I agree, and I think the other thing too is when it comes to art, like, the important thing is learning how to be detached with your artwork to a certain extent, which I always try to emphasize. Granted, I will say that this is easier said than done. It took me a long time to figure out how to do that. Um, for example, I threw away my entire piece midway in my latest piece. Glad I did. Makes for a cool time lapse. Yeah. I would see where that would make for an awesome time lapse. Hmm. What the hell? Actually, when I look at it like that, that could definitely, do something there. Hmm. You played Megabonk? I have not. Is that a game on Newgrounds or is it something else entirely? Steam, it's a one-person dev game. Let me look this up. Hmm. I'm looking at this now. This seems like a wild little game. I feel like I should stream this at some point. A skeleton on a skateboard? Okay. That's cool. Alright, I should definitely try this game at some point. Thinking of doing it box art for Steam Grid. I'd say go for it, honestly. The concept of it is rather cool in my honest opinion. Okay. Yeah, and here I am getting hyper focused again. Notifications. Okay. Alright, I think this is kind of a part of a Steam where I just kind of like have to power on through. Because now here I am with me like running out of things to talk about. Like, honestly, has anyone else ever gotten to a point where they get so locked in with their artwork that nothing else really matters in the moment? It's just like doing the process of a work. Yeah, you know where I'm going with that, man. Like, it's honestly kind of like one of those things where this happens to me every now and then. And I'm just like, well, what do I do now? Yeah, sometimes work on a piece for 16, 8 hours at a time without talking to anyone. I've definitely had that happen to me in the past. How about the gaming industry? It's a shitty place these days. Well, that's no surprise. Actually, on that note, like, you'd be surprised how many times people decide to bring up Nintendo on Newgrounds and how shit of a company they've become. Actually, I think anywhere you go on the internet, everyone's going to agree Nintendo's kind of become a shit company. But yeah, like I've definitely I remember when I was in art school, like working on thesis, there would be times where I get so locked into what I'm doing that I'd be pulling all-nighters for about 48 hours straight. Indie games are doing well, thankfully. I agree. I'm actually really happy that indie games are getting more notice now. Um, I think in particular, like with indie games, like I do think that's gonna end up becoming the norm eventually. Um, Other things going on with the gaming industry right now. I mean, aside from like typical workplace BS, I don't think there's really a whole lot going on. To be totally honest. Okay. Okay, so you're about my age. So yeah, I'm assuming you're either early 30s or late 20s in that respect, but anyhow, is it just me or is it weird how many games are super big art trend wise? I mean, so this is me. I mean, I want more creativity in the art style of video games, so I don't mind them like having like an art trend. At the same time, like I do feel like that it can get a little bit tiresome at times. So I think in regards to Hollow Knight and Silksong in particular, I mean, yes, those games have beautiful art styles, and it used to be like this character is hot and we draw them. So this is my honest take because I think we've already hit a point with gaming where we've pretty much done everything we can with realism because of the whole race with graphics that Sony and Microsoft are really trying to push for a long time now. And people are kind of tired of that. So now you're kind of seeing like this uprising where people are kind of looking for something that's a bit more creative. Now, yeah, sure, like, I mean, definitely, like, Hollow Knight and Silksong are two examples of really creative games that are platforming Metroidvanias. But then you also have games that took off, like, say, Pizza Tower, which is totally inspired by the old Nicktoons cartoons and Underground comics. That took off relatively well. But then you also have the things that kind of come out of left field, like, say, Expedition 33, which is definitely one of those games that, like, yeah, sure, it's realistic, but it does something creative and applies, like, French Impressionism to it. I think it's really more of the fact that people are looking for more creativity with the art rather than necessarily realism. Which I would rather see anyways than the realism, because that kind of got like more tiring, like even back when it was in its heyday, when the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3 had titles like Gears, Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, all those games. I mean, that was kind of the norm at the time, though, too. That being said. Yeah, I mean... I feel like I could probably pull off Expedition 33 fan art if I really gave it a shot. There's a lot of creative ideas in that game in specific that I love. I actually have Gears of War Reloaded on Steam. I mean, honestly, I just want to get it just because I want to replay that game. I should replay it while I stream at some point, but it's not going to be this month. A couple of different things are happening right now if I would much rather do. Would love to do Gears of War, honestly, for fan art. Yeah, Gears was definitely a part of my wild teenage years, for lack of better words. I think what I liked about Gears of War for the most part was that it actually did something creative with the third-person shooter genre. Like, I mean, how often do you get to, like, chainsaw through enemies for the most part? Like, yeah, the game graphics were, like, realistic and shit, but at the very least, like, there was, like, some suspension of disbelief when you could just chainsaw right through all your enemies. Move that for a moment. Interesting. Yeah, for me it was the emotional way of a story. I wasn't expecting it. It's inspired a lot of my art done today. Oh yeah, there were definitely a lot of wild and unexpected moments in Gears in particular. I think with Gears 2 being the first one I had, I forget the character's name, but there was that one point where essentially one guy's just so traumatized after being kidnapped by the Locust, he ends up shooting himself in front of everyone. No, it wasn't Ben Carmine. Not Dom Ivor. It was someone else entirely. It was in Gears of War 2, and you interact with him in the first part of the game. Yeah, I think it was Ty. Like, cause essentially, like, you find him, like, imprisoned at one point of the game. And Dom essentially... Or, no, it wasn't Dom, but it was Adam who just gives him the gun without realizing what the hell is going on with him. Mentally. And when you least expect it, he just, like, shoots himself. No. What? Alright. Gears 2 Um. Oh yeah, it was Ty. Yeah, like Ty was the one I was talking about mainly. With Dom's wife being captive and being put out of her misery, that was another thing altogether. Crazy campaign. Yeah, it really was. I really do hope that Gears of War 2 does get re-released at some point. Like, yeah, Gears of War 1 is fun and all, but I want to replay 2. Yeah. 3 is the only Gears game that I have not played in the original trilogy before they decided to pull like the Gears of War 4 and 5 games out of nowhere, which I don't even know why that was necessary, but you know, we're talking about video game companies. Three is crazy. 4-player campaign and wall balancing was at its worst. Probably unlikely rumor has that Microsoft is essentially going to gut Xbox into just cloud gaming and Game Pass. I feel like that's definitely just in rumor mill, but it wouldn't surprise me if it did end up coming to fruition. Weirdly enough. I mean, I don't know. I feel like console gaming is not in a good place right now. Maybe some publishing like COD and still and Blizzard games, but most else will probably die off. Personally, I think we're headed toward another video game crash, to be totally honest. And I don't know if it's mainly just me seeing this, but I think it's just really like the oversaturation of games that are usually released, and then you have like the combination of factors like with video game companies like overcharging for how much their games are worth. Yeah, the Steam Deck has become the new console. One thing Nintendo does well, though, is to keep the classic console feel for better or worse. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of debatable. I feel like Nintendo actually got worse when it comes to their classic games because of the fact that they're forcing people to do like an online subscription just to play games. Nintendo has definitely shown to be at its worst. In my honest opinion, after they've shown the virtual console add-on, which honestly, I honestly fail to understand why they would want to repeat a mistake like that. Oh yeah, I mean though, like you buy a game and it's full fat game with content. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying now. Yeah, Nintendo usually does a pretty good job of at least releasing the game with the actual content. But at the same time, though, and this is one thing I've noticed in the Mario Wonder portion of the Direct. They literally added in more content with that game. And it was just so jarring to me to see that they've essentially added more content into Mario Wonder, like when they were talking about it for a re-release on Switch 2. Or for port at the very least. And when I saw that, I was just thinking to myself, well, why didn't you just release Mario Wonder on Switch 2 then? Like, I just did not understand, like, the rationale behind that decision Nintendo made, weirdly enough. Well, yeah, Samus definitely is hot. Always has been. Does the content work with Switch 1? I thought it was like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I honestly do not know. Either way, I've already made up my mind and I'm not gonna bother getting the Switch 2, to be honest. Not necessarily because I can't get the money for it, but I just don't agree with the direction Nintendo is going in. Like, I would much rather take my chances, like, well, I probably shouldn't be even mentioning it on Twitch, but I think I would much rather take my chances Yarharing. But even then, just to cover my ass with this, I can't really endorse that, so. Ugh. Same. I bought a Switch for my partner so we could play Animal Crossing and Smash. Yeah, I mean, I feel like with most people, it's gonna be like they buy a Switch because they really like one particular game, and that's really about it. For me, it's definitely Smash Bros. Everything else is kind of like a bonus at this point. Actually, speaking of Smash, I don't even know how good the next one's gonna be. If they do like a deluxe version, then I'd be okay with that, but at the very least include some of that content on the Switch 1. Yeah, that was like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of moment with the trailer for that game. I have not seen that much hype for one video. Like, I remember watching the watch party videos. Everyone's reaction to, like, everyone is here was so wild, but then, like, the icing on the cake was when Ridley got confirmed, and everyone just lost their shit at that point. Because everyone wanted Ridley in for so long, but Sakurai, like, was really like, no, we can't make this happen, and yet they managed to pull it off in Smash Ultimate. Yeah, those days are essentially gone now. Like, you're not gonna see hype for another game for a good long while, I don't think. Yeah, it felt so special. Smash revealing Sora was so amazing for me. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I do think Sora was like a really nice addition to Smash Ultimate. I still kind of wish that Smash at least added in Crash Bandicoot. I know Japan is not wild on American IPs, but Crash Bandicoot definitely deserved a spot in the Smash Ultimate roster, in my opinion. Like, would have been far better than all the Fire Emblem characters we got. That's just me, though, but... I know there are definitely going to be a lot of people who are just going to be like, no. I've played Smash Remix. I am aware that Crash Bandicoot is in Smash Remix. I do have that on me. I've been debating whether or not I want to end up streaming that at some point. Yeah, like the modding community for most Smash games I do tend to follow. Just to see what's going on. I mean, honestly, like, believe it or not, I actually have 2 Switch consoles, so I'm debating whether or not, like, if I can get my main one fixed. I can probably see if I can get my other one fixed and maybe jailbreak that one, but... that in of itself is kind of a risk. Don't want to lose that. Okay, let's... Yeah, no, I definitely know the feeling there. Okay. Alright, I'm just kind of looking at the time. It's been 3.5 hours so far since I started the stream. I can go on for another hour. Oh my. Okay. Alright. That actually looks a lot better. So you mentioned Insta. Any other art sites you've tried? ArtStation. I've tried ArtStation. Thinking I might get back into trying to use that a little bit more, but I'm not expecting a whole lot with it. To be totally honest. Oh yeah. Like, the talent fair is super insane. I mean, if you're going on ArtStation, then you can assume a lot of people are doing stuff professionally. But I do think that, for me personally, I do kind of want to make that leap. I haven't actually uploaded anything to ArtStation in a good while, so... Honestly, I kind of understand what you're saying there. I mean, for me, I'm just kind of thinking back on what Scoop said in one of my, in one of the threads we were talking about. That, you know, sometimes you do want to compare yourself, to other people and at least try to, like, see what you can do to challenge yourself. Part of me is wondering, like, whether or not some of the artists on ArtStation actually have, like, process videos and whatnot, so I can see what they're doing and how they think about certain things. Like, I think I'm just kind of hitting to the point where I'm realizing that, like, you know, yeah, Scoops is honestly, like, one of the best artists on Newgrounds, in my honest opinion. Also, maybe it's just because of my personality where, like, I value the feedback I get. I kind of understand how he thinks too. Because Scoops is really more of like a challenge-oriented type artist, from what I understand, based on some of the things that he posts. He's definitely gotten me to think about, like, looking at myself as an artist in a different light, that being said. So yeah, Scoops is definitely one person you want to value feedback from. Um... Yeah, he is the reason why I started posting time lapses. Interesting. Love to seeing his pieces go together, though I wish he had a sketch process in his as well, as I want to learn how he does sketches. I feel like maybe some of the things he'd rather keep, like, private in that respect, but I kind of see where you're coming from with that. I don't know. Like, I was hesitant on, like, doing, like, streaming like this for a while just because I was a little bit, like, hesitant on showing my process, but then I realized that there are probably numerous artists who are kind of doing the same thing and have been showing, like, how they do their process with some stuff. I'm just at a point where I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I don't know. I mean, I can't really say for certain why a lot of the posts feel boring on ArtStation. I do know that ArtStation does have a more professional vibe, though. So maybe that could be it. I mean, I'm certainly not taking that one personally, just so you know, but, I do know that on ArtStation, like, there are job postings, so that's kind of the reason why I'm saying, like, you know, it's probably a lot more professional than any of us realize. ArtStation has a look. Newgrounds also has a look. True. I mean, honestly, for one thing I love about the Newgrounds look is that it does, like, show that it has, like, a bit of personality to it. A lot of that kind of, like, is still reminiscent of the Attitude era of the 2000s. That's at least what I noticed, anyway. And that's one of the things that I like about it. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, yeah. It is definitely true. I think a lot of it just boils down to the aesthetic. I miss the Attitude Era stuff. I mentioned that phrase to a younger friend if they had no idea what that was. Just tell them to look up, South Park or, anything from a WWE from that era. And they'll begin to understand, I think. Actually, even something like early Simpsons would actually be a good indicator of the Attitude Era. What else as far as music goes? Definitely Limp Bizkit, now that I think about it. Stone Cold, Eminem. South Park is dead to younger folk. I don't know. One of the things that South Park manages to do is to stay relevant. I mean, the problem is with a lot of younger folk, though, is that they would much rather see, like, short-form content. Which, I don't know. I think it also kind of goes into a deeper problem with society and the internet right now. Eminem is definitely Attitude Era. Like, it's weird. Fortnite isn't even a thing to my sister's kid. They only know and like TikTok as a concept and not... Oh, God. Don't even get me started with fucking TikTok. Ugh. I swear to God. Like... Honestly, I know people will disagree with me on this, but honestly... I was actually happy that TikTok was facing a ban until Trump decided to essentially defend the app. They know Mario and Sonic because of a movie. Yeah, I don't think they would even know about like the fact that they were originally video games. Ugh. I died inside when I tried to have them play Sonic 2 and they were offended. How the hell can anyone be offended by a video game? These fucking kids are weird, man. They couldn't believe that they had to move themselves. They wanted to auto... Oh my fucking God. Alright. I just got out of the cringe from that. Yeah. I know the feeling. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be totally real. If I ever have kids, I'm gonna make sure that they fucking know how to play a goddamn video game and not whatever this shit mobile games and TikTok put out. Like, actually, probably wouldn't even allow them to have a fucking smartphone, like, until they're, like, 16 or 18. They could call me a monster all they want. I don't care. I'll have them start with the original Nintendo Entertainment System. I'll even make sure if they get a fucking Game Boy Advance. Or an OG Game Boy. Honestly, consider yourself blessed due to those financial reasons. Anyhow, the playlist that's playing right now is Mallsoft Vaporwave VHS Volume 2 1980s Nostalgia Mix. Yeah, it's pretty relaxing at times. Honestly, if there is one thing that I will end up doing is if my kids need a phone that bad, I'm just gonna get them a dumb phone. I'm just gonna tell them straight up, like, look, you guys can have a, like, fucking dumb phone if you need to get in contact with us, but I'm not letting you guys have a smartphone until he turns 16 or 18. I'll let you play video games. I'll let you fucking go on a desktop computer. But I'm not trusting you with a smartphone device until you're older. And you're gonna see why. Okay. I think one thing I'm gonna do. I'll manage somehow. If I do ever have them. All I know is that there are certain things that I would not do that most parents already do. I actually prefer to stay single myself. It gives me more time to focus on my friends and family. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing for the past couple of years of my life, actually. More so because I also want to focus on my mental health at the time, too. That's been a thing I've always been trying to do since I got out of college, personally. For reasons I'd rather not disclose on Steam. I've wanted kids, but sadly that doesn't seem in the cards for me. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I kind of feel like that even if, like, you wanted a kid, like, whether or not, like, it's through adoption, childbirth, however you want to do it, the problem is it's so damn expensive to raise them. Like, I talked with a coworker about this, and one of the things that came up was that, like, even to get something like, say, like, and he has, like, toddlers and babies, for his kids. Like, he mentioned how, like, it can cost up to, like, $1,000 for a nanny, and there are so many other expenses you have to worry about, like, say, getting food for them, getting diapers, all that other crap, and it's just like, this sounds like a financial burden. I mean, I suppose, like, there's a specific kind of joy in raising a kid. How do I say this? Like, there are definitely certain joys to raising a kid, and it does kind of give one a sense of purpose. That much I do understand when it comes to that aspect of it, but at the same time, I do feel like that you kind of have to be prepared if you want to have a kid. And I don't know if this is just me having seen, like, the effects of people having kids too early, but I've definitely seen shit like that happen. This is primarily because, like, with the teenage pregnancy rates that were going on back in, like, the 2000s, I know that was a thing. And I've certainly known, like, someone in my life who had a kid when he was not ready for one at all. Yeah. let's just say he was not the most responsible person and he is 6 feet under at this point. Mainly due to drugs. I won't get into the specifics, not really my place to get into them. But it was definitely a thing. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess where I'm going with that is that, like, if you want to have a kid, fine, but you also have to accept for certain responsibilities that come with that, and if you're not ready, just don't have a kid. But some people just do not get that message. Just do a couple of other things, I think. And I may call this a piece. Do you have a small navigation window when you zoom in? At most, I can do preview, but as far as navigation goes, I don't know if this will show on Steam necessarily. Hang on one second. Add a new source instead. So it looks like I can't necessarily show a preview window. I wish it did have like a navigation system of the same vein as Clip Studio Paint, but I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. Honestly, I think I've just gotten like a feel for it over the years. Just working with face spray. Would you consider yourself a pro or a hobbyist? I mean, honestly, like at this point, I do feel that I consider myself a pro. But at the same time, I haven't really broken into the industry, so I don't know if that makes me somewhere of a middle between a pro and a hobbyist. Here is the thing, like, because I will say this, I do have like a bachelor's of fine arts in digital arts, but at the same time, I haven't necessarily broken into the industry yet. I'm a part of a couple art groups, and I've done a couple of projects that were actually paid. Wow. Maybe I'm more of a pro and than I realize, and I'm just trying to humble myself about it. I don't know. I think that's the first time I'm actually kind of stumped on that question. Da, 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 da. You know, actually on the topic of whether or not I'm a pro or a hobbyist, I do think that kind of raises an interesting point because, like, what really constitutes as someone who is a pro versus someone who does it just for hobby? Like, that's one of those questions I'm gonna have to ask myself now, because I would imagine that a pro actually gets paid to do their work, which I've actually had paid opportunities before. That's the thing. But at the same time, it's also like I haven't really done like any sort of like heavy commission work in a while either, so So I am going to consider this piece finished, but I guess while I'm at it, yeah, it really is. That could be a thread in of itself, I feel like. So I'm going to save this as yeah. No worries. No need to rush it, but VGT Dispensary, Brooklyn. I'm just trying to find something real fast before I call it a night. So because I know I have this up somewhere. Instead of a time lapse, you could just embed Twitch VOD as time lapse. I could. Huh. Hmm. Yeah, eventually I'm gonna have to get the advertisement I worked on at one point and show that on Newgrounds. Because there was one specific video I actually worked on back in 2023, I'm gonna say, that essentially I worked on an animation and ended up getting paid roughly $1,000 for it. So I guess the reason why I wanted to bring that up is because that's essentially how I ended up getting that. How I feel like that kind of made me feel defined as a pro at that point. I just do not know if a link for it exists anymore. That's the only thing. Hmm. Eh. So, alright, well, regardless, I do think I'm going to end the stream here, and I'm going to wish you all a good night.